All right, Temple County Commission Court order meeting Tuesday, 13th day of August, 9:30 a.m. to 9:33 a.m. You'll all rise. I'll be on to lead the pledge. Where did we come today, though? Are we all swimming? Pledges.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Y'all did good this morning. All right, 1.1 citizen comments. Mr. AC Lowe, good morning, AC.
Good morning.
You have 3 minutes yet.
Okay,
You
I'm
got a
ready.
comment on the 24 CO and subdivision rules.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, AC. Is this on? Yep. All right. First thing I want to say is congratulations to the author of CO 24 for writing a perfectly vague legal document to create this thing. The reason COs were created originally were so that taxing entities could recover from disasters. They were not created to create operating funds. That's what bond funds are for. They're not intended for to bypass the bond procedure or to create operating capital, which is what this primarily looks like to me is being done. It's just being used as a means to spend cash, future cash, not present cash, to the tune of $90 million. I know the CO's for 56, but the interest makes it 90, so you're spending $90 million. And that to me is just silly. It's not tied in any way to the worksheet that's provided with it for what is proposed to be spent for, such as artificial baseball fields and artificial greens at the golf course, entertainment. I think that money would be better used to service some needs that the citizens have that have been kicked down the road for years, like drainage, which I've often spoke about. You know, that can has been kicked down the road until it's going to eventually float through somebody's living room. Then it'll make a difference, I guess. And I just want to challenge you folks, being as y'all have passed this thing that's open-ended, and I say it's open-ended because if you read it, it's very vague on to what it can be spent for, just all county stuff. And I want to challenge y'all to use it for some real needs, not for entertainment of a few folks. I mean, there's probably less than 2% of the population uses the baseball fields and that kind of thing. And I know maybe they scream the loudest, I don't know. But it's just like, to me, it's a disingenuous way to pass a bond. And I know bond elections cost, but we have elections almost every year, and to add it on wouldn't be that big a deal. I mean, I think you should plan what you're going to spend that money for and tell folks and give them a say. You know, I know probably people call you all the time wanting stuff, but you need to give them an opportunity to know what they're getting instead of something else, because nothing's free, and you're not going to quit doing what you're already doing to do something new. So it's always about spending more money. And this thing is just creating an operating fund, basically. There's a little bit of capital expense in it, but for the most part, I just think it's not a good use. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. You want to speak on the subdivision?
Oh, yeah. I just
You
have
still
one.
got a minute left.
Okay, I just have one suggestion, is that a provision be added in there for minimum slab height in subdivisions, so that there's a lot of subdivisions sell lots, and one builder might come in and build it right on the ground, and the next one, maybe the owner knows and builds it up. But it looks like to me, as a preventative measure for future easy flooding, that there should be a provision in there to make a minimum slab elevation of something, street level, 6 inches above street level, which would go a long way toward preventing future housing from being flooded like a few are now that are built right on the ground. And that's all I have to say about that.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Eric Johnson on 4.6. Tom Brandon. We'll wait till we get the item and question. All right, Gloria, public hearing 10 a.m. Okay, 1.2, discuss and consider proclamation declaring the week of August 4th through 10th, 2024, the Health Center Week in St. County. Stacy, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. So every August, the National Association of Community Health Centers sponsors National Health Center Week. And to celebrate and increase awareness of our American community health centers. And so Chambers County Community Health Centers have two. We have a federal qualified health center in Anahuac, and we also have a federal health center in Montbelleau, and we also have a school-based clinic at the Anahuac ISD. And so we just want to let you know that we are so thankful to be able to serve our patients here in the community.
Will you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Christina Dickerson.
Want to read the resolution or? Gore, you want to read?
Fine. Whereas Chambers County Community Health Center Incorporated have served the community as a local designated community health center, federally qualified health center FQHC since 2007. Whereas the health center models continue to prove an effective means of reducing healthcare disparities and overcoming barriers to medical care, including geographic income, insurance status, and in doing so improves health care outcomes and reduces healthcare system costs. Whereas 2023 Chambers County Health Center served 17,098 unduplicated patients with 47,049 medical encounters, 2,616 mental health encounters, 4,035 dental encounters, and whereas the patients served by community health center contributes to lowering hospital admission rates, lengths of hospital stay, and outpatient and other healthcare costs, and those in underserved areas without healthcare centers. Whereas during National Health Center Week, we celebrate the legacy of America's health center and the vital role in shaping the past, present, and future American healthcare system. For there be it resolved known that on this date, September 13th, day of August 2024, August 13th. I'm trying to jump ahead. The Commissioners Court, Chambers County, do hereby declare this week of August 4th through the 10th, to be Healthcare Center Week in Chambers County, whereas residents express their appreciation for the people, facilities, and all those responsible for success and growth in our.
That's about Commissioner Gore.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, back to Mr. Cass. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for your partnership.
Thank you.
Picture up here giving the resolution to you. We'll just play like we go. We don't have to. Hey, Doc. There you go, Doc. Yes. Good, sorry, Miss Sarah. Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you all. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna skip down, imagine that. Got a couple folks here from Alec ISD, so. Yes, we do. Sheriff, you there? Yeah, you coming? 17.2, discuss and consider request from Alec ISD to add an additional school resource officer to primary campus. Morning, Sheriff.
Good morning. Well, it's a no-brainer. I'm going to suggest that we move forward and we fund the positions. I will continue as long as SB 22 is available. All SB 22 money, I'm going to suggest the court always put it into school safety and security. And as they build these campuses, as Anahuac grows, as East Chambers grows, I just truly believe it's in our best interest to continue to fund them. The operation of the sheriff's office will be a lot easier for them than trying to create their own police departments inside the school district. Now, if they ever get big enough to have Barbers Hill money, then that might work fine. But we have the ability.
Jamie's back there.
Well, she probably makes what I make. Okay, all right. Or more, yes.
We love you, Jamie.
Hey, Sheriff,
Yes.
with adding the additional school resource officer, which like you said is a no-brainer, and then sport. Do our funds cover what we're receiving from SB 22?
No, it does not. It does not.
We proposed the budget. Is that correct there? We proposed the budget.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Now,
Yeah.
y'all got 250 last year,
350.
350 with the updated numbers of the county. If we have updated numbers, will that increase?
Well, here's what I will tell you, Commissioner. It's a great question. We should be in the category right now to be receiving
That's what I
500,000.
thought.
But for whatever reason, the state comptroller is using the numbers from 2020. So it doesn't, the fact that where we're at 2024, it's not, and it's hurting a lot of counties, not just us.
Okay.
So,
I thought.
Yeah, we thought all along. That's what we did.
correct. But we should continue to get the 350,000. And there's been some talk about adjusting it, but I would never count on that till it actually happens.
So moved, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Dagley. Questions, comments? Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you so much for protecting our children and our employees.
Well, thank you. All right, let's go to 4.6. Discuss and consider variance request. Harry Johnson and Troy Bernhardt to continue working on developing a parking lot for permitted food vendors on existing impervious area while working towards permitting compliance and seller's edition. Go ahead, Nancy. Start it off. Got a comment?
Yeah, so this was a variance request that our office received here recently regarding a project that's being built over there by 565, as described as the cellar addition. Our understanding is that it's similar to, I guess you could say, a parking area where food trucks would come in and park there for people to drive in and have different selections of options while there. We did recently issue a notice of violation regarding no permit being pulled for commercial development. And that's kind of what started the conversation. We did have a DRC meeting and kind of went through a few lists of what our requirements would be in order to have a permit issued for the area that's currently been worked on and to continue expanding and things of that nature. So what's being presented is a letter stating basically their case and the events that have occurred since then, and it's being requested for consideration to continue operations while they work towards compliance. I know Ryan's here too, if there's any questions that y'all have regarding what requirements need to be satisfied from that end, but I think, you should consider what this could potentially open up in the future from other projects that come to the county.
Ryan, anything you want to say?
As far as fire code perspective, I don't have an issue working with them, towards those items that need to be. There's not a lot of requirements as far as the fire code perspective is in relation to what they have now. So, as far as my department goes and what we regulate, we don't have an issue working something out.
Most of the fire code requirements.
A little bit on the site. A lot of it's stuff that they're probably doing already. You have to have your address clearly marked. You need to make sure your electrical is safe, how it's distributed to the trucks, so that when the public come up, they don't have any problem. Kind of like how an RV park would be. And anything permanent should be permitted. I don't know what they have that they, as far as the structure goes. And then protection around any propane tanks or anything like posed. And I had conveyed these to Mr. Brandon and discussed them. So it's not a great deal of from our ends.
Within the area outline, correct? Now, if they're further developed, then it may trigger additional requirements.
Yeah, larger expansion and development can trigger some different things, and so we just ask that if that's anticipated in the future, that they come and apply for the permits and discuss that. The biggest thing is if it's expanded, it might trigger something from the distance from the roadway to get to the back. It just may require some fire lane signage or fire lane mark. Nothing that's unachievable by any means.
All right, Don. Eric. Either one of y'all. Both of you, Nick.
Flip a coin. Just remember, how much time do I have?
3 minutes.
Okay, now if I don't use all that time, I want to say a few words about Texas A&M University.
No. As fast as you can say it.
Till they win something.
Well, Eric and
If they make the top 25.
what's that?
Top 20.
Eric Johnson and Troy Bernhardt bought this. It's about a 1.5 acre site, I guess. The first about 0.85 acres of it was already an impervious area from the previous past. And so now they intend to develop a lot more than what that is, but they obviously didn't know about the permitting process. And so they agree that if they're going to develop all of it, and we had a DRC meeting with Natalie and them, and we certainly appreciate that and agree with everything that they asked for. But until then, they'd like to go ahead and at least the first part, the original existing impervious area, to go ahead and develop, which actually is almost all developed. Go ahead and start using it. In the meantime, they've already got somebody that is developing their or putting together their development plan plus the drainage plan too. So what they're asking is just to go ahead to be able to use that initial original impervious area while they're still working on their development permit. That's basically it. And they agreed to, while they're doing this, to go ahead and follow through as we in the DRC meeting agreed to that to do all those things, to follow the fire code that the things that the fire marshal asked for if they expand, and also the what the health code, I guess, too, as far as that goes. So other than that, they're just asking to, while they're working on the development permit for all the property, to go in and use the initial impervious area that's already been developed, actually. That's basically it in a nutshell.
Questions?
Done.
Right.
We'd like to start as soon as possible. 30 days. You think you can do that? That's the like electrical. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sure. Well, any kind of fire safety.
Well, of course, all the food court vendors are already permitted through the county. They can't come on unless they're permitted,
Yeah, they can't.
right. So,
Can I ask a question?
I mean, variances for the fire marshal. More so for the fire marshal. That's gonna be important to me.
Natalie, you have something?
Yes, don't know how many trucks y'all plan on having on site?
Well, there's currently 20
Come up, Eric. please.
20 permitted trucks in the county now, so we would like to consolidate these trucks that are spread out throughout the county. We already have a waiting list. We're gonna be at about 50% of those. So
So
10
now-
spots, yeah.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is, it's a small area, so my concern, develop this drainage plan for the full belt out. You know, what happens when elevations need to be altered? We are able to address that further down the design route. And the other, item would be, parking.
Mhm.
How is this laid out? Are you gonna have 10 right now? How are residents gonna be parking and just the geometry of the site?
I assume, Eric, if you get the drainage plan back and there's requirements of trucks to reshift the design, close down the work.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Or we can cut back 50% or whatever. Come talk to you guys. Whatever thing. If fire marshal says that we need to cut back while we're doing construction, and we can do that, or we can move them all out. Whatever. It's a little hard. It's harder to do that once you get them in.
No, I
But
know.
try to
But
just-
while you're using the initial impervious area, we're gonna know once the plan. May change, maybe a requirement, but you guys would, whatever it would take. Stay safe, but
correct.
you can handle.
Correct.
All right, other questions? Eric, anything else you got?
No, sir.
All right, just for the record, that was Don Brandon and Eric Johnson. Questions? Any much?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Tice. Other questions or in favor? Opposed? Guys, I don't think I'm staying.
That's where I would.
Okay.
Let me look back. Sorry. You got too many items. Mary Beth, let's get yours. You got one. 14.1, discuss consider proceeding with hiring an architect for the renovation of the emergency services that warehouse to be funded out of vaccination capacity program. 14.1. Hey, Tim.
Good morning. How's everyone?
I was gonna say, you know what I'm Mary Beth.
I don't, right?
Not at all.
All right, so this is a project that originally started, I don't know, back a long time ago, Judge. I think actually probably 2 years after I got here. We were trying to expand warehouse space. And through the years, we acquired some funds through the CDC DSHS grant. And we've been sitting on this money or trying to expand the warehouse space for the warehouse on the airport road. And now we've come through all this, and this is our last kind of ditch effort to actually just take that warehouse and expand it southward, add an additional, I think, 3,000 square foot of space to the warehouse, and to expand it. And so we have money set aside and allocated for that. We met with project management, we met with OEM, EMS, public health. We all met together and kind of went over what this would look like. And we have the funds for it. It's just we need to go out for an architect to start the architecture process and kind of see where we can go from there. The funds will run out next year. They've extended it once graciously for us. The grant has been extended until next year. July 31st, 2025 is the end of that grant cycle. And we've probably had the funds for probably almost close to 4 years now. And so we want to proceed with at least getting this architect to kind of build out the specs of what this additional 3,000 feet to the warehouse would look like. And that's basically it from that point.
George, you had something, I see.
Yes, sir. Just to make sure, they did contact me, and we do have a couple of architects already that are vetted in. Butch and Associates probably be the one that I would steer them toward. And you're also going to increase the office space, making sure that there's going to be some plumbing issues and stuff. It's not just we're not just increasing the warehouse.
We're increasing the warehouse space. We're moving some of the FEP pharmacy, what we call the FEP pharmacy room, where the refrigerators, the freezers, and all the stuff that we used during COVID. We're moving that from the kind of where the pharmacy room is now, where that office space is. We're moving it up there, so it's not really an increase. We're going to add a door to the other side so you can walk through. But mainly the increase is going to be for the warehouse space. $990,000.
Motion? Unless you got more questions. Motion by Commissioner Core. Second by Commissioner Dagley.
Are we?
Exactly right, but we already have some. In other words, we don't have to go through the RFQ process. There's also a time constraint with this particular project, making sure that we help them get them going pretty quick. The group will, and they'll bring it back to you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So, yeah, I wouldn't mind now. You could approve it today if you need.
Again, we have three. We have three that are vetted in. I just mentioned one because they're local.
I mean, I can amend my motion to.
Who are the three we have vetted in?
Ones that have been working with Natalie, the Todd Finley, the TNP, and those people, and then again also PBK, and then also, like I said, Butch and Associates, the local one. That's what I would recommend, but it'd be totally up to their committee.
Kevin,
Or we could go out for RFQ to find another one.
like you said, we are
Time constraint.
reference.
There's not a preference for me. I mean, it's not in my wheelhouse. It's just we want to be able to, to get the project rolling. So whatever the history has been, whatever, I guess we'd have to see it. I don't know. Whatever. I just take the from Natalie or from the group, we'll take a look and see which one is gonna fit our needs and move forward with it. That's what I'd like.
Butch and Associates,
or-
the one that just finished the one on Eagle
On-
Drive, the new annex.
On Eagle Drive.
That's who did that one. Just if you need a reference.
All right. And who's doing the one on Airport Road?
Natalie at TNP.
TNP.
So, no, I'm sorry, that would be Samantha. That would be, and it is TNP.
TNP?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would know, yes, sir.
I know some I don't want to use.
Okay, I got a motion second. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Y'all come back to the record.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to include. in your-
I'll make sure they,
Okay, so-
I'll make sure.
All right, thank you. It's 10:03 a.m. We have some public hearings. Start out 5.6, we got you out. Public hearing 10 a.m. regarding the middle of the Thames County Logistics Terminal Reinvestment Zone.
Morning, Commissioner.
So it's 10:04 a.m. We will recess out of regular session and go into public hearing this time. Be good.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. This is a public hearing that's required to renew the Cambridge County Logistics Terminal Reinvestment Zone Number 1. Chapter 312 of the tax code provides for the term of any reinvestment zone to be only 5 years and can be renewed. So the public hearing is to renew the Chambers County Logistics Terminal Reinvestment Zone Number 1. It was originally established in 2014, renewed in 2019. It terminates actually today, and so the renewal is going to be effective for the next 5 years so that they can negotiate tax abatement agreement.
All right, any public comments? 5.6. Public comment. Hold on, man. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Rachel Heisler. I do have a comment, and I'm just wondering, I know a lot of times when I have attended budget hearings and things like that, and we talk about future revenue, tax revenue that's going to be coming in, and a lot of it is that we are anticipating these abatements rolling off. And so I just would like to comment that we would need to take that into consideration whenever we're considering these renewals, and that new abatements will be negotiated. And so just as a homeowner taxpayer, I want to just advocate that we would seriously consider that whenever we talk about renegotiating new abatements on these that are rolling off. Thank you.
Any other public comment? None, 10:06 p.m. We'll have a public hearing. We go back into regular session, 5.7. Discuss and consider order renewing the Chambers County Logistics Terminal Reinvestment Zone Number 1.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. This is simply an order that renews designation for Chambers County Logistics Terminal Reinvestment Zone Number 1. You may recall on the July 23rd court, the reinvestment zone was renamed to comply with the comptroller's naming protocol, and so that's why it's referencing the Chambers County Logistics Terminal Number 1. It simply extends and renews the investment zone. That is correct. For this particular campus, if you will, the roll off or roll on starts this year.
Sure.
Right.
We have
Well, no, it's this year.
All right, entertain a motion. Move.
Mm-hmm.
Motion by Commissioner Downs. Second by Commissioner Hammond. Question, comment?
no.
All right, those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. 5.8, discuss and consider Chambers County Logistics Terminal LP Phase 7, Building 12, Chapter 31, Economic Development Program Agreement.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. The Chambers County Logistics Terminal LP is developing another facility at their campus on 565. It's a 560,000 square foot logistics and distribution facility.
The agreement proposal was approved by the court on May 28th. This agreement embodies the terms that were negotiated on behalf of the county between the county and CCLT, as they're referenced. The effectuated 50% tax abatement over term and 5% community impact program contribution associated.
Move. So move, Judge.
That's it. Motion by Commissioner Thor, second by Commissioner Bagley.
I'm sleeping this morning.
Hearing no question.
Yeah.
All right,
Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
No, I didn't.
All right, from Safety Emergency Management, Ryan, you out there?
right here.
10.1, public hearing, 10 a.m. regarding mass gathering permit for Gator Fest 2024. It's now 10:09 a.m. Recess out of regular session and go into public hearing at this time.
Yes, sir. It's just our standard public hearing as required by Health and Safety Code to have a mass gathering for which Gator Fest has applied for, received all the necessary review.
Thank you. Any comments, any public comments? Mass gathering. Hear none, still 10:09 a.m. We'll adjourn. As public hearing, go back into regular session, 10.2. Just consider approving mass gathering permit for Gator Fest. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We'll come back to you.
No problem.
All right, financial 2.1, public hearing 10 a.m. to discuss 2025 budget. It's 10 a.m. We will recess out of the regular session. Going to public hearing at this time. Corey, would you like to make the public comment?
Yeah.
Gloria waiting for it.
Yes, Gloria Way. I'm from Sterling, Texas. I am the managing director and publisher of the Seabreeze Beacon. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, for giving me a couple of minutes to address y'all this morning on a very important issue, which is our proposed 2025 budget. I do understand that this is proposed until y'all vote on it. I'm also very cognizant of the fact that the certified tax value in Chambers County has gone up from 15 billion to about 17 billion, and I do understand that this is giving a lot of revenue to Chambers County, and I am also cognizant of the fact that there is no anticipated tax increase. In fact, I believe that it's going to be lowered by 1 cent, give or take a couple hundredths of a cent or whatever, and we thank you for that. But what I would like to talk about and bring to your attention is the fact that because we do have $2 billion increase in certified tax values, as I had gone through the proposed budget, there is nothing there that really kind of creates a Chambers County drainage district. It is so needed. We all know that. And again, this is a time where the money is coming into the county in quite a significant way. And I highly recommend that the courts and department heads get together and discuss the possibility of a Chambers County flood control district. Talk to Trinity Bay. You know, of course, they're their own entity. You'd have to have some sort of MOUs with them. But to me, that is a priority. And like I said, the money is coming in. Don't anticipate any tax increases. And so I think this is the time that we need to discuss that. Also, and I don't know if this was a typo or misprint, but there was nothing under Winnie Stoll EMS funding. They have received $750,000 for the last 10, 12 years, I guess, since the health services tax was established. and it had zero amount in there. And of course, I'm from Windy Stoll, and that concerns me. And Commissioner Gore, that's a precinct. But it did have a zero there, and I don't know if that was meant to be or not. And the same goes under Mont Bellevue EMS funding is a zero as well. So whenever we adopt the budget, I hope that those two things are considered reconsidered, obviously. And then also the Chamber's Health Services.
Go ahead and wrap it up. I'll give you
Okay, alrighty.
30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds. And it has to do with the elected officials' salary raise. I
Oh, never mind. I'm not going to give you. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Never mind. Sit down. Okay, I hope this, if it takes a little bit more than 30 seconds, I hope you do let me go over 10 to 15 seconds. As I'm looking at the salaries, that is, printed in the paper. By law, you have to print it in the paper. It'll be in our paper tomorrow. I look at the increases and the percentage of increases, and some of them are 10, 15, 20% increase. I understand that is proposed to give every regular employee a $2,500 across the board raise. If you make $50,000, that's 5% raise. If you make $60,000, only 4.2. But if you make $40,000, it's 6.25. I guess what I'm asking there is, I think that this is not. You need to think about more of the everyday working employee here than the elected officials who ran for their position knowing what their job was. And I ask all elected officials right here publicly on the record to deny the $2,500 raise that is going to be given to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comments on the budget? Yes, ma'am, come up. You have 3 minutes to make your public comment.
Good morning, Rachel Heisler. As always, I'm going to advocate that you would consider the no new revenue tax rate. And I would like to clarify just for citizens who may not understand how our tax rate works is that even though you all have in the past lowered the tax rate, and we like that, the fact is that if your increase ad valorem tax revenue increases and you do not adopt that no new revenue tax rate, then we are in fact seeing our taxes raised. And so while we're grateful that you have lowered the tax rate, what we would like to see overall is our taxes lowered. So when I see my tax bill come from the appraisal district, that's the number that I want to see lowered as a taxpayer. So thank you for all your hard work this year on budgeting. I know that it is not easy to hear from every department head about all the things that they wish and need and would hope for their department. And I know that it takes discernment to go through those items and figure out what we can and cannot do. But again, as a taxpayer, I am always going to advocate for that no new revenue rate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other, excuse me. Still in public hearing, yes, sir, you can come up.
I just want to know if this if this budget includes the extra 56 million that's being created by the CO.
Yes, it does include that first payment.
The first payment, but not the whole 56.
It's a separate budget of its own.
That's a separate revenue source other than taxes and no, that's a separate revenue source based on future taxes, which we hope will be what they're estimating. Yeah. You're spending tomorrow's money with a CO. If you finance it 30 years, then you're spending tomorrow's money for 30 years. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, also, that CO says, it says not to exceed 40 years, but the spreadsheet that goes with it shows a 30-year amortization. Just a little clarification, curiosity.
Thank you, sir. All right, any other citizens' comments? Hear none, 10:17 a.m. We'll adjourn our public hearing. Aaron, will hit the highlights of the budget, please.
Yes, Judge, Commissioners. First I want to start on since we're talking about taxes. Maybe on your, it's not a hard copy, but it's actually in the agenda packet. It says tax rate worksheet 2025. So just kind of as brief as possible. So your current tax rate is 44 cents with a 15 billion valuation. Next year we're projecting 7.7 billion. For next year, our NONI revenue is at 44 cents. Voter approval rate, which is 3.5% above your NONI revenue, is 5 cents. The current proposed budget is using actually a penny less than the NONI revenue rate, so it'd be 40.
Say that again.
It's about a penny less than the NONI revenue rate.
Thank you.
So last year 44, going down to 40. And so if you're looking at that worksheet on the bottom right, it says UIR, unused increment rate. That's a number, a rate you can bank for 3 years, carry over. You can use it later. After 3 years, it goes away. But it uses current values, not values as of when you use them.
Not new values.
So you get that. I'm gonna go. I have a little memo here on your desk, just kind of going through the budget.
And I'll remind everybody that the last 2 years, we've dropped taxes by 9.5 cents. That's substantial.
When was the last time we adopted something below the NONI revenue rate? Have we ever done that?
I don't think so.
I don't recall.
That's pretty.
Yeah, it is strong.
We only gone to the voter approval. Maybe COVID. Anyways, certified values, you can see there, county gained 1.8 billion in revenues and certified values. That breakdown is to industry to local 66 to 30%. So industry covers a majority of that. Next page is your tax rate, but we talked about that already. Current 44 cents.
Hey, Eric,
Yes, sir.
I know, and I think Ryan touched on it here a week or so ago. Industry, now local, and that's not just housing, that's just not residential.
Yeah.
That includes a
Retail.
multitude of retail and other stuff as well. I just, a lot of, when I talk with people, I explain that to them, that it's not 34%, it's just not all residential. That includes a bunch of.
Yeah, it includes some of the small businesses that have retail centers and small office buildings. They're not considered industry. Industry is larger industrial parks and stuff that's, I guess, assessed by the capital appraisal group, I guess, right?
Yeah, it could say heavy industry.
Yeah.
Versus.
And then we can maybe word that differently. So you got your tax rates there. Our fund summaries. You can see we have a balanced budget for every all the funds balanced. Going down, we got departmental summaries. This is the general fund, each department. How much they've increased and decreased. I kind of want to point out one, just because it looks funny on here, is down all the way down libraries. You see that it went down 4 million. So this year we got that 4 million or so from the Justice Center. That's budgeted in their capital to build a library, and so at the end of the year we'll see how much is left, rebudget the remaining balance. It's not really a 4.4 million decrease. That project isn't rebudgeted. Going down through, the biggest increase was the sheriff's office, mostly due to the new jailers and contract increase. That we actually lowered our total general fund by $225,000. Going down some more, you get your salary and benefit adjustments. Like already mentioned, the COLA is going to be $2,500 across the board. We did have an increase in health insurance by 5%, which I think is on the report this morning. Salary adjustments for everybody, included elected officials, which I'll highlight in a minute, cost about $269,000. New employees, you got 18 new employees, costing about $1.8 million. Mostly sheriff's office from jailers in that group, and you got, our marshal maintenance, things like that. Also, we get some capital projects. These are special projects that didn't get on the CO, but is currently in the general fund, totaling $915,000. Italy for the memo. If you have any questions, I won't mention the elected official salaries real quick because it is in the paper. Next court, y'all will approve or not approve salaries. We can't go above it, whatever's been posted in the paper. And, I think the goal, I feel like elected official salaries are pretty hard. We've always tried to figure out how to handle that, and we base it off, the judge's salary. We've done things, and so I think we had some folks asking for raises. And I think to try to keep it as simple as possible, I think the committee worked out where precinct officials are making the same, countywide are making. That was the thought process for that, and so
And that's similar to almost all other counties that I saw at least regarding budget committee. A lot of counties, those salaries match. There's not a variation between a commissioner and a JP, and usually it's all the same on a certain level.
And so you should have that our salary notice,
We do.
and on the next page there is a comparison.
Okay, good.
It's compared different ways. The first kind of brackets by the neighboring counties, Jefferson, Galveston, Harris, Liberty. Then we did a comparison of a market value. Kind of similar to how much each county gets, and then the next group is population. And so it's always kind of hard to compare the county because we're small, but we have a huge tax base, and so it's always kind of So I think the interesting things to look at it from the market value.
I'm glad you did that, Aaron, because that's one of the things that I really was looking at is because of our industry base, and this isn't something I really struggle with, the fact that when you look at it from a population standpoint, we get categorized, and you look at those other population centers, and their tax values are significantly less. And you look at our market value and our tax value, it's so much higher, which means we have we swell about 50 to 80,000 people during a workday, right? We have to have all that infrastructure, and all those needs, and all the commercial businesses that come here for businesses. So I think looking more of a market value maybe it's a blend of the two, but I think it's a good thing to show. I appreciate you. I didn't know you were putting the spreadsheet in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I was told several years ago, we have 50,000 a day passing through the county. Just passing through.
I believe it.
We have that. You'll approve it next court, and then we'll send out letters to elected officials. They have a 5-day, 10-day period to brief salaries. I don't think I've heard anything from anybody this year.
Don't say it.
And then I think next court also will put tax rate on there. And then we could probably really adopt budget. Usually we do it at the end of September. We can still follow that process. We're done a lot earlier, but throw it out there for everybody.
Can I put you on the spot? Gloria's question about the Winnie Stoll and the Mont Bellevue.
Yes.
Was that just a typo?
It is a typo. We'll fix that. So the next month or so, me and Brooke will go through the budget, 1,000 times just to make sure we're not missing something, that nothing looks funny.
Okay.
Because we are, a lot of that, we're hand entering in ourselves, and so, so if y'all look through it, anybody look through it, any questions, concerns, please let me know.
Okay.
It could be a mistake.
So going back to the sheriff, just to show how important safety is. I don't remember how many employees we hired last year. Do you? It was several, but I know this year we got 8 jailers, 2 sergeants, a CVE traffic, and a school resource officer. So that's 11 employees just for the sheriff's office. Well, 11, 12.
Yes, and we've continued
Yeah.
to increase that every year.
Yeah.
We have gotten, as soon as they get fully staffed, and Sheriff, how are we on staffing as far as patrol? Are we getting close? I see you still moving some people.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close to being full. But our problem is we don't attract. What's the word I'm looking for? We don't attract a lot of experience. Experience doesn't want to come here because they go so many other places, and I understand that. So we're getting them out of the academy. So when we get them out of the academy, they're not ready to roll just because we get them out of the academy. We've obviously got to get them trained in procedures and safety and officer safety and everything else.
So I thought you were moving some internally to cadets and stuff like that as well. I mean, that's a great thing. And I mean, just like increasing in Winnie to 2 deputies, day and night patrol deputies for safety over there, since we're out on the limb, so to speak. But I mean, and the sheriff and the court has been very diligent about everything we do, safety, with the growth in this county, one way or another, a lot of stuff, but every year, the court has been supportive of safety for the people in the school and everywhere.
Well, I would say that this court, and some past courts too, have made community safety a priority, especially trying to protect citizens from Harris County and Jefferson County, where we don't have that many homegrown criminals. They seem to be all from out of county.
And ever since, I mean, and I'll reiterate this here, when I came on the court, we were forming out, so to speak, our agreement with our sheriff association for a contract. We brought that all in-house. We saved quite a bit of money doing that. And now we have negotiated where we're not losing deputies left and right. We're not a training field. The sheriff and the court has made a diligent effort to. When we do get qualified personnel, we keep them. So we've been very diligent in increasing the money for those.
That is a fact. I have no complaints. Y'all have done a wonderful job of keeping up with the pace of Jefferson and Harris County at the rate of which so many of our industries are moving from Jefferson and Harris County.
Sheriff, one of the things that you discussed in our budget committee meeting was the jailers, right? We're fixing to build this new jail.
Correct.
You gotta have people to staff the jail.
Correct.
So we're starting now to apply jailers to your staff, because it takes 12 to 18 months to truly get a jailer in-house, hire them, train them, where they can be self-sufficient, but they can be in the jail and be safe.
Correct.
And we need about, I mean, in the plan, I know we're still working on the final numbers of how many jailers we need, but we need to ramp up. So starting now is good.
Correct. In fact, one of the issues that we've got, we always have to remember this, and I know you all do, you all know it, is the fact that I think right now I'm sitting on just under 50 out of county. So those are 50 that we're not providing the jailers for. Yeah. A Louisiana sheriff is providing those jailers for, right? So we're paying him. So I always say, once we move those back, now we are responsible, and the judge knows it well. So y'all have done a very good job in this budget. Last budget, we picked up some. This budget, we're picking up some, so that when we do open the new facility, I shouldn't be coming to you asking for 15 new jailers, because y'all are picking them up.
And then that revenue we're sending out where we can use in-house.
Correct. And then hopefully.
They'll pay for those jailers.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. We may be able to turn it around, because I've got 2 or 3 sheriffs that are constantly calling me, wanting to know if we've got our facility open, and can I rent some beds from you? So we'll just have to see where that goes.
Go from the lessee to the lessor.
Yes.
All right, Aaron. Anything else?
No, that's it. Any questions, just feel free to call and talk.
And we don't need any action today, correct? Okay. We will adjourn out of the public hearing at 10:30 a.m. And go to 1.5, discuss, Terry, 1.5, discuss, consider Texas Association of Counties Health and Benefit Employee Benefits Pool renewal for FY 2025. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Court. Good to see you all. So you all have the same issue as Montgomery County, importing your criminals from outside, getting them in from Harris County, so we have the same issue.
Yeah.
Hope you all have recovered from Burrow. We're still picking up there. So I sent you all a short copy of the renewal. You should have this, and another good result this year from the benefit pool with TAC. In general, you saw that the pool renewal was about 4.6, and we're right about that number ourselves, 5% on the medical, only 3.5% on the dental. So you take a look at medical inflation and what trends are in medical around the state at 7 to 13%. So we're a third to a half of that basically, and we've had another good year. And going to recommend that we take the renewal as offered from him with 5%. I did include a short list of the claims. I've got the full list of the claims if you prefer to see that, but this just kind of gives you some of the, like the top 25 of the medical claims and dental claims, just for you to see how expensive some of these are getting. And then, of course, there are also some options here if you wanted to change the plan. You all have been reluctant to do that. You have maintained rich benefits for the employees for a long time. And with this kind of modest increase, I assume that you want to just continue with the current plan and go forward for the renewal. The other two things is that we are moving the COBRA administration to Blue Cross this year. And one thing that Lauren has asked me to do is to get the LTD quote to move the LTD from standard over to Blue Cross and the TAC benefit program, which I've been working on that for several months, but they have not gotten that quote. That is kind of just a formality. I'll get that to you as soon as I get those numbers. They just kind of began to work on it. I assume they were working on the renewals for the entire pool. Didn't really get to the ancillary benefits quickly. That's no big deal. I'll just we'll come back on the LTD and replace the plan we've got with theirs when we're ready. So my recommendations, if you have no questions, is just to renew with TAC and hope that we have another good year or a better year next year. Maybe even get some pool sharing it as we have in the past. Any questions on
Questions?
renewal?
You say next year was gonna be a reduction?
Yeah.
Right.
5%.
Yeah, I'm optimistic. We have gotten reductions, as you know.
We have.
gotten, and we've gotten pool sharing of $150,000 occasionally. So this has been really, really good for us. Been a great product and a good nonprofit to move from. The pool is now almost 30 years old, and it's upwards of 50,000 members in the state, and it's one of the best run pools that I've ever seen.
Our benefits are absolutely a morale booster.
Yeah.
Well, they should
Being a
be.
young committee, I've seen that when I talk to employees and
Right.
department heads. It's important to them and they feel good. Y'all been doing it so long, so good.
And you know, we didn't want to reduce the benefits because you give a $2,500 a year raise, and then you reduce the benefits, you're taking it back,
Yeah,
actually.
Right, understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely an attraction. I mean, your plan is so much stronger than virtually anybody that I see in the marketplace. Just, you know, you're fortunate, your employees are very fortunate, and I reiterate, we talk every year, they need to understand that the amount of money that you all are paying for them and their dependents is tax-free income, because if they, as most employers do, the employees have to pay those dependent costs, and then they often pay taxes on that. So these are tax-free benefits you're paying for them. It's a big increase in their net income by doing that. So it's a real boon for your folks, absolutely.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Terry, thank you so much.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry.
See you guys.
All right, back to the top. 1.3, discuss, consider resolution urging the USPS consult counties on service changes, processing center consolidation adopted by NACO. Patty here, she was here earlier. Wade, it's good to see you out and about.
On our way, it's
Thank you.
delay.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm gonna read my speech I wrote because I'm very passionate about this and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. I know your day's packed full of stuff. The Chambers County District Clerk's Office has experienced issues with the Anahuac Post Office since 2018, I'm sorry. I've seen a pattern, 1918, forever.
I didn't think you were that old, Patty.
It feels like it, 2018. I've seen a pattern of delays in mail for jury summons, which is killing us, passport applications, and the execution of certified mail return receipt requested. I've had conversations with the manager to no avail. I filed written complaints with the Postmaster General through our Congressman Brian Babin, August of 2018 and October of 2021, with the same complaints with no resolution. Last month, I wrote a third letter sending it to the Houston District Manager, filed it with Congressman Babin. Congressman Weber of District 14, and a general USPS governmental relations representative. I did get a phone call yesterday, finally, from the Houston office.
Good.
So,
I saw it on the agenda.
maybe. But this situation isn't isolated to Chambers County. Counties across the state are complaining of issues with their post offices. As a member of the Rural Action Caucus Committee of the National Association of Counties, which I am a member, I brought this issue to their attention and found that this is a systemic issue across the nation. Based on the feedback of this committee, I authored and sponsored a resolution to be presented during the National Association of Counties annual conference in July, which has been adopted. This resolution outlines a request for change at a national level to address our concerns. So I'm just going to briefly talk about the background in the resolution and the proposed language change. Since 2001, the U.S. Postal Service has been implementing its 10-year Delivering for America plan. That has resulted in service changes and the consolidation of local processing centers into regional hubs. This has resulted in significant delays in the delivery of mail across the country, which can be disrupted to essential county operations such as elections, proof of service in court proceedings, jury summons, and passport transmittals. So as you know, or as some of you might not know, what's happening is all our mail is going from Anahuac and Mount Bellevue to Houston, and then they're sorting it and sending it back, and we don't get it for weeks, months at a time. It's a huge problem, and it's happening across the nation. That's what we're trying to address. Okay. For example, most counties conduct voter outreach through the mail, and for the past couple election cycles, the number of Americans that chose to vote by mail has dramatically increased. Additionally, certified mail with return receipt requested delivery requirements are not being met by the USPS system. Improper completion of the what we call a green card results in improper service in case filings, resulting in delays in the court and parties to the case, as well as additional costs in those cases. The delivery of passport transmittals being delayed or lost are costing consumers money in delayed or canceled travel arrangements, as well as having to reapply for passports. Furthermore, jury summons are either never delivered, or they're so late that they miss their summons date. When individuals do not receive important mail from their county or other levels of government in a timely fashion, it ultimately erodes public trust in government resolutions. The proposed policy change that will be presented is for the United States Postal Service to consult with counties on the impacts of major service changes and work with counties to ensure negative impacts are mitigated so individuals can receive their mail in a timely manner. I am encouraging every state in the Rural Action Caucus Committee of NACO, Texas counties, and local citizens to gather proof of evidence and issues that they have with their post office and provide it to their local and state representatives and their congressmen, because their congressmen are keeping track of all of this. I've been in communication with Congressman Al Green, Troy Nehls, Randy Weber, and of course our own Congressman Brian Babin, and U.S. Senator Ted Cruz's office regarding these issues, who are all fighting similar battles. Any citizen of Chambers County is welcome to provide me with proof of issues they are having to add to the list I am gathering. If your issue is that you're missing packages, please consult with the sheriff's office for a possible criminal complaint to be filed. You know, I'm not sure what's going to come of this. I've heard people say the post office is a federal organization that's untouchable. Well, you know, I don't buy that. I'm sorry. They need to do better. Our taxes pay for these services. They need to do better in funding their offices, running their post offices, and I'm going to do all I can to bring about a positive change in our Anahuac tax post office and on a national level. And I just wanted the county to be aware of what I'm doing.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Any questions? I'm sorry.
Great job, Patty.
Okay, thank you.
Is there actually a resolution packet? I looked at it last week. There's,
Yes.
I'd entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Todd, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 1.4, then we're gonna take. 1.4, discuss, consider imposition of optional fees, Texas Department of Motor Vehicles, calendar year 2025. Lori, I don't think she's here, but, hey, Lori, you are
Hey,
here.
Lori.
I hadn't seen you here this morning.
Good morning, Lori.
It's kind of full.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I'm bringing this back to you. Last year you did adopt the $1.50 instead of the dollar. But since I was new last year and they didn't find me till September, after September 1, they wouldn't recognize it because we couldn't get it signed till September the 12th. That was the first board meeting. So I'm just bringing it back to you to go ahead and approve again the $1.50, and that will
That's for
generate
child safety.
child safety, and it will generate about $24,000 to $30,000 for the coming year.
So you're asking us to put $10 for road and bridge, which is what we do,
Yes,
and then $1.50 for school crossing guard services, child safety, health, nutrition, child abuse intervention and prevention, and drug alcohol abuse prevention.
correct.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions?
Can that money be used for school resource officers?
I would think they could because it says school crossing guards. So I think anything that you're probably doing security for a school. But I can check.
Yeah, that'd be a question. Do we have a balance in that? Yeah, we'll talk about it.
We hadn't done anything with that in a couple of years.
All right, any other questions? Hear none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. It is 10:44, we're gonna take 10 minutes.
That's a good question. That was legitimate.
I'll ask the next one.
right, court coming to order, 11:02 a.m. after recess. We're going to law enforcement. Sheriff has one more item, 17.1. Discuss and consider jail budget 2024 amendment, inmate housing. Sheriff.
So, Judge, Commissioners, this is to, we've run out of county housing in the sheriff's office budget. I don't see it getting any better, even with the increase of the 48-bed female facility. I think right now we're sitting at about 250 inmates. Part of the reason why I had told you that I think the jail commission will welcome us to continue to use our female facility for additional beds for essentially the whole state, Southeast Texas, everybody's short on beds. The issue that we're having right now is that a number of things have happened, particularly a case that's happened in the city of Mont Belvieu over the last couple of weeks, has sent about 40 additional inmates to us that all have extremely high bonds. So we're sitting on 40 more inmates that we normally wouldn't be. And most of their bonds are $200,000 plus.
How many do we have in Louisiana?
Currently, right now, I think this morning we have 46 in Louisiana.
Okay, I was thinking the majority was.
And some of them are here, but the majority of them, we've been sending them to Louisiana. And the one thing that you all know about me, I sure don't mind keeping somebody in jail. For example, the guy that committed the homicide in the Cove convenience store. You know, I'll sit on him and you'll never hear a complaint one from me, but I have a issue right now that sitting on all these inmates with extremely high bonds, that the crimes weren't committed in this county. They were committed in other places, and they just used a nexus in our county to file the charges here because they like our conservative values and they know that we're going to prosecute them where they wouldn't prosecute them in Harris County. And that's essentially what's happening. So our taxpayers are going to need to pay for this. Aaron's working on trying to find the money. He thinks that he's got it, but any way we look at it, I'm just going to estimate, and I'll let Aaron and my chief work it out, but I'm thinking to get me from here to the end of the year, we're looking at about $350,000 that we're going to need for out-of-county housing. But like I say, Aaron's been working with it and looking at different funding, but I'll leave that totally all. But and we're using the cheapest out-of-county housing I can find, which is Louisiana. I mean, I find some additional. Right now, it's averaging $95 to $105 a bed here in the state.
We tried to build a jail in 2017. Too bad we didn't get it done then.
Yeah.
All right.
Aaron, do you have something to add?
No, I think there's some funds available in the current budget to transfer over to cover it. I don't know if we need to prove it, but I'll go in tomorrow and find it and then be on court for the next court.
Okay, so you're gonna table 17.1 and you'll.
Yeah, I think maybe pull it because we probably don't need it, and
Okay.
then we'll get a transfer work with the.
Well, we need it because I think I got need to make a payment here pretty quick.
We're gonna make your payment.
Yeah, we'll make a payment.
Okay.
I'll give the chief, make sure it needs that amount. We'll transfer it with it. From the little fund.
Okay. No problem.
So it's not an amendment, it's a transfer, actually.
Yes, sir.
So,
Okay. All right.
all right, thanks, Sheriff. No action, 17.1, we'll pull it. Come on, Natalie, let's get you.
Finally ready for me?
No, go ahead and just step back. All right, Road and Bridge, 3.1, discuss, consider, approve payment. Let's Go Pipeline Services in the amount of $6,100. Clear, remove trees for county drainage off of Live Oak Lane and Old River.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if Joe wanted to speak on this one if he's watching, but I'll kind of just give you all a briefing. But essentially, this is to clean out a channel that drains the subdivision that's on the other side of the road. That
Woodland Acres?
No. Yes.
Yes.
But yeah, this is to go ahead and do some hydroax work in there.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Dagley. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 3.2, discuss, consider drainage projects throughout the county. Commissioner Dagley.
Yeah, sorry, Judge, I put this general item on the agenda, but I wanted just to kind of, I did this for one purpose, is there's been a lot of discussion of these drainage projects, and glad that the 3.1 was on the agenda today as well, which is the $6,100 remove these overgrowth in this channel. There's gonna be a lot of these emergency projects, I consider them emergency projects coming up in the near-term future of some of our overgrown outfalls into Trinity Bay and other outfalls that we have throughout the county. We are actively working on, and I think it's important. I know my precinct and other precincts are working on the same thing. I just want to clarify to the public and the court is working on, and that we have several identified emergency items that are really simple. It's just clearing and mulching to create more velocity of water flowing, which is going to relieve a lot of issues that we experienced in the last few big storms. Again, it's I think it's low cost, big value. So I'm excited about it. I just want to know that we are actively working on one of them. There's a couple of them, but one of them is an area south of the Barrow Ranch Detention Pond project. Allie, your team's working on getting some letters to go out to property owners.
Yes, sir.
And there's other drainage outfalls that are just really, really essential. Have to do something. There's not an if. It's just,
So we're going after that low hanging fruit,
Yes.
which is good.
absolutely. I think that's where we should start. I mean, we had an absolute tremendous amount of rainfall in a short period of time, and
In Beach City.
in Beach City, it was just nearly 7.5, 8 inches of rain. A Barrow Ranch area, I mean, that pond development, the project really did well. I know there was a lot of people that did. It was overflowing over the road, and it was very evident, drone photos and others, that the water just flow through that channel. Just debris gets backed up, and what I did notice after the water was receding and we drove through the county, I think a lot of pictures were shown, and I want to get on a soapbox about this. We didn't have a lot of debris cleanup because recently after Burrell, we had a lot of flooding, so a lot of debris, fencing that was still down, floating in the system, that caused some minor issues. But I cannot stress enough to Brad and your team, just our entire road and bridge team, that these Frontier and Telecom, water meter boxes, and these boxes, again, we had several that were plugged up on culverts.
Yeah, I
And
had nightmares of those things.
I know.
And I saw them
And
everywhere when we were driving through.
I want every commissioner to know, I know y'all do know, but we are trying to take an active role to holding those. The Frontier folks said that there's active issues. They know there's issues with their locking mechanisms, and it's causing issues. I know there's going to end up being some major issues. So I want to. I know Joe's listening, so I want to make sure we had a big precinct 4, precinct 2. South of Interstate 10, kind of in West Chambers County, where we do have some curb and gutter roads. We had an active clean out of all those underground systems that we maintain. And in fact, Wesley, our foreman over in the West Chambers County Road and Bridge, sent me a message last week that said, Commissioner, what are we going to do with all these boxes I've had here for a couple of weeks? I've reached out to Frontier and they didn't come pick them up. Well, I stacked them up in the yard. There's just a huge amount of green lids, basically, that we pulled out of the sewer systems that were clogging our systems. So that's an important maintenance item that, again, it doesn't cost us a lot of money, but if we stay diligent on it, that's all I had for that. But I appreciate y'all looking at all these projects for each one of our commissioners. So.
Judge? Go ahead, Jamie.
I want to touch base on what Ryan, because Ryan and I have discussed back and forth on a couple of items that I'm going to bring up here. The judge and I meet monthly with Trinity Bay and Texas. Okay, we're still in the process of redesigning 65 Bridge and 124 Bridge. Okay? I have met with Congressman Babin's office about funding. We should be shovel ready by the project. So I have met with Congressman Babin's office about funding. They're going to work on that, as well as Trinity Bay is looking at grants that will actually pay back our design fees as well. And Samantha's also looking for grants to fund that project. TxDOT said if you'll design it and get everything done, hand it to us, we will replace it. But these bridges need to be replaced right now. So we have already taken an initiative to partner with Trinity Bay to get the funding. It costs Trinity Bay $600,000. It costs the county to redesign these bridges. 18 months is the term to redesign these. We have been working, you can see on Interstate 10 up there on Spindletop. They have drug out probably 200 loads of sand that they stacked up on the various properties. That's Trinity Bay. And that was in that meeting that the judge and I was in to ask them to partner on that there. Trinity Bay is furnishing the equipment, the manpower. TxDOT's furnishing the trucks to clean those culverts. They're driving those skid steers underneath Interstate 10, those boxes, and scooping and bringing them down. Those are a handful. I know we're talking about drainage. What I've looked at, I've reached out to Corey, let the judge know here. I've got Corey looking along with George's office right now for a contractor that can clean culverts. Part of my funding through the CO, I'm wanting to clean 2,000 or 3,000 culverts. Company come in and just clean. That will help us and try to get us caught up on some of that. We'll hit big neighborhood areas that we have issues with. They'll just go through there. What they'll do is they'll use a pig to pull through. They'll scoop it and clean it and take it with them. So the way we're doing it now is not as efficient as I would like, because what we're doing now is we're hydroing it out with water. It's a slow process, but I see sometimes when I go back by after they've completed their job that what they washed out of the culvert is still there. So if we get another heavy rain, it just goes right back in the culvert and covers up, so we're not being efficient. So what I've done is I've gotten estimates. But we're communicating about this here this week. I'm wanting to use some of the CO money if there's any available from the 23 CO. I've got estimates on a skid steer with a clean out bucket to get a pig to start pulling through these culverts. The clean out bucket will pick it up. I've got estimates on a trailer to haul the skid steer of the traco, and estimates on a F550 truck with a dump bed. It'll have a 4 or 5 yard dump bed on it. It's like 2 foot size. So what we'll do is we'll pull the pig through, we'll pick the roughage up and put it on the back of the truck. We've got the same crew that is doing the clean out now. We'll still be able to do the same clean. We can work on some Fridays and get ahead. This will be a better process to do than what we're doing now, because we have a 250 gallon water tank on the trailer. It'll maybe do 2 or 3 culverts, and they go back and they fill it up. So it's a slow, inefficient. Doing it here, like I said, I've got all these estimates. I'm gonna give them to George, so we can look and see if we have any CO money. We can buy all the equipment for probably $200,000, and that there will give us a very efficient way to clean these culverts moving forward. So I wanted to put that on the table. If we find any money, if there's any 23 CO money left, I would like to see if the court would be applicable, maybe the next court, to work on approving this here so we can get the process started.
But if not, you'll have 24 CO money.
Yes, we'll have that there. George is all the estimates.
Judge,
Sir.
In my experience of dealing around, TxDOT has a tremendous amount of outfall channels that they do not maintain. We clean one out down south of town. It helped tremendously. They're along 2354, I don't know how many, so there's probably 6 or 8 or 9 over there. That need that we could hit. Of course, you talk to them and they say, well, let's get approval. I say, no, let's just go do them. Let's just go do them. Fix them. I mean, they're scattered all along. And the problem is that I know a couple of them they start the right of way, and they go 200 feet down this ditch, and then the ditch continues on another 1,000 feet to an outfall, and they don't do anything. And that's where we would have to clean their outfall, and then get permission from the landowner to go on farther. And so that's along TxDOT, there's a tremendous amount of those things scattered throughout Chambers County, whether it be on 10, 565, or there's one on 565 up there in the curve right by Sunnyside. There's places like that we could do is go in there with a hydro access, You saw what happened over on that was the tech side of it that was, Tommy had got cleaned over by the new facilities. That was their exhibit. So, now whether we just write them a letter saying we're gonna do it, and they say, no, you can't, then you say, we're gonna do it anyway. I don't know what you do.
I've been working with Bobby in Natalie's office as well. Natalie, you should have got 4 or 5 pin drops on those
I did.
outfalls that I've been looking at here in Meade County as well as some on the east side that we're wanting to do the same thing with. So I mean, I think as a whole, the whole court's trying to look at working with all the other entities and doing that Hydra Act. Because I mean, the code that Bobby and them was talking about is if the outfall is backing up water on a county ditch or drainage or something, we have rights to go in there and clean that outfall. So that's what we're doing. We're using legal process to go in. Bobby's been working with several people over here on my side to get permission. He's got permission from most of them to go in and to help drainage better.
All right, anything else? Okay, no action. 3.2, 4.1, we're gonna pull it for the public hearing.
We had a public hearing first.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, 4.2, discuss, consider authorizing chamber surveying and mapping the survey Daisy Lane right away in amount of $9,592, Natalie.
This is to go ahead and authorize Chamber Surveying to go ahead and survey out Daisy Lane to show what interest is owned by each individual and what interest is owned by the county. This is a county road, but it just gives us the layout of what's currently out there right now.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Dagley. Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 4.3, discuss, consider variance request from Lakes of Anahuac subdivision regarding subdivision regulations D 106.1, 2 separate and approved fire apparatus access roads, and D 106.3 remoteness. Natalie.
Yes, so this is a subdivision that's located here off of, here in Anahuac off of 61. Originally, they had 2 access points, and if you go to one of the exhibits, I have them labeled out as access point 1, 2, and 3. So the plan that engineering originally was reviewing was just showing 2 and 3 access points. But due to the fire code, they need to meet the remoteness aspect behind it and things of that nature. And that's what triggered access point 3 to be proposed. And, you know, as you add a new access point, a traffic impact analysis has to be performed and things of that nature. And based on the traffic impact analysis, it yielded that there was necessary improvements that needed to be done on 61 from a safety standpoint. It's our understanding that, you know, based on meetings that I've had with the fire marshal's office, and Ryan's here and he can add on if I misspeak or if he wants to add anything additional, but in order for the intent behind the requirement to be met, they need that 3rd access point, and based on how it's proposed right now, with or without the gate, that intent is met. What's being proposed today is to go ahead and allow that 3rd access point to be gated, which from my understanding, in order for it to be considered a public right-of-way, it cannot be gated. Therefore, what's being proposed is that if it is gated, a segment of that roadway is going to be dedicated as a private road, and that gate is going to be maintained by the HOA. I'm not sure what the specification behind the gate is at this time. I know, you know, it's going to be designed in a way to where it can still function for the safety needs from the fire marshal's office. My recommendation to the court would be to go ahead and approve access point 3 as it's presented without the gate and with the improvements on 61. If the gate is still wanted, I still believe that the improvements on 61 need to be completed.
What kind of improvements?
Yes. And I know the developer is here as well as their engineers if they'd like to speak on the item.
Yeah, come on.
Hello, Court. My name is Jerry Gaynor. I'm with Hutchison and Associates. We're the design engineer. And basically, we're asking for the third access point to be gated so that the turn lane can be shorter. I mean, it's getting to be an excessively long turn lane that has to be built. The benefit of the gate, it allows people to exit. It'll be an automatic gate on the exit, but people would not be able to turn in off of 61 into the subdivision and use that as an entrance. The fire department would have a Knox box access to open the gate in the event of emergency. But it also, we have a cul-de-sac that allows people the lakes in the subdivision that'll be wet detention ponds will be an amenity, allow for fishing and recreation around there, and there'll be parking that's provided in the cul-de-sac. And so we feel like it's a benefit really all the way around. And obviously we want to shorten the turn lane just because it's so excessive. The overall we have to build 8,600 feet of 6-inch force main because Trinity Bay's force main is a 3-inch and it's not adequate for the ultimate subdivision. And so there's inadequate utilities. They have adequate sewer capacity in the Anahuac plant, which Trinity Bay owns a portion of. And so we have our sewer capacity, but we're also still limited to 75 houses per year based on Trinity Bay's allowance for sewer. So there's a lot of obstacles for the development. I think it'll be a very nice development when it's completed, but ask your consideration of this variance.
Questions? Come on.
Good afternoon, I'm with Hutchison Associates. She was concerned about the traffic impact.
What's your name, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Laura Rivas.
Laura Rivas.
Yes, I'm the designer on the project. We meet the 2 public access required by the traffic impact. Both access meet TxDOT requirement, a driveway separation. The third access is only an extra access for the fire ordinance to meet the diagonal line requirement for the distance separation. A TIA will be provided meeting all safety matters at the time the gate is placed, with the gate placement. We are sure that happened. Safety is not an issue in this subdivision as traffic impact. That's all I needed to say.
Okay,
Thank you.
ma'am.
So Natalie, I have one question. So your recommendation is to extend the turn lane down 61 past Trout Road for potential turn into the fire lane.
That is not my recommendation.
sorry.
That's what's yielded by the TIA.
That's what you, but
Yes.
yeah, okay. But you're okay, the engineering is okay with not doing the turn lane improvements and gating the road?
No. Engineering standpoint is to do the improvements. If the gate is wanted, it can be there, but the improvements are still needed. I would prefer.
The turn lane improvements?
Yes, on
To bring them
61.
all the way down?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Not by traffic impact. Will be provided to.
Yeah. That's where I'm having a hang up. Of what turn lane, because I'm looking at the map here, and what I'm seeing is the turn lane stops short of the purple area on my other.
That would be the
Wait, come on up, ma'am. We need to.
As a result of the traffic impact analysis, Lake Savannah Avenue requires a left turn lane to be needed. The left turn lane design includes a transition taper that extends beyond the Navigation District Canal. Eliminating the left turn lane avoids costly modifications to the canal crossing. If the left turn lane is mandated, the canal concrete boxes will need to be extended and safety entries will have to be reconstructed.
So
This requirement impacts the feasibility of the Lake Savannah development, and that's essentially why the gate's being requested on access point 3.
So the left turn lane, I don't have a bearing here of the south facing. I know. It's a big file, so every time. Good job. I'm just trying to figure out where that turn. There's not a proposal. Goes the turn lane in and then My point is if you're gonna build a turn lane that nobody's gonna use, why build a turn lane gated?
Well, that's the thing. Who's going to enforce that the gate stays gated? Because I mean, I've seen other subdivisions where they remove the gate because they want to have that additional access point in order to use it. I know that there's concerns as well on making sure that the gate is functional for the fire marshal's needs as well.
He was saying it's gonna be an exit only gate. Exit only, I mean, so. Turn lane doesn't need to be
So
down there.
what happens in the event that this gets turned over to the HOA and the HOA no longer wants to maintain this gate and wants to have a full opening?
I think by action of this court, we're saying it has to say closed, right? So we would have an enforcement measure by the action of this court.
That's right.
That we could go back to the HOA and say, court's only approved this to be closed or whatever we decide. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. I think I see sorry I had to get to the exhibit, but now I see one exhibit with the turn lane, one exhibit without it. So I found it. Thank you. Now I understand what I'm looking at. I just want to make sure I understood that. I mean, I understand what the developer, their engineers are asking us for is why extend something that's going to be turn-ins except for in the case of emergency. Fire marshal is okay with it.
Well, I mean, do you want to speak on that, Ryan?
Yet I haven't heard from fire marshal.
Right.
We don't have problem with gates as long as they're operable and easy to get out of, for residents. If we had gated subdivisions, the same deal. They not as residents.
We don't really have any guarantee the gate's gonna stay operational. Gate can break and you open it and leave it open. We don't really have any jurisdiction over that.
And from my standpoint, I just always try to look at it from big picture and what impact it has on new development that's coming in. And my concern is always just the can of worm that gets opened. And those are just my 2 cents. But just keep in mind that there's other development in the area. At some point, the need is going to be there, if it is gated or not. But
Well, and this all comes back to our which is the good, great debate that we have all the time, which is years ago, prior court changed the subdivision manual, 1,000 lot requirement on diagonal to 100 lot limit, right? And recently at the Judge and Commissioners Conference, there was a class that I attended along with a couple other commissioners that was specific to subdivision requirements. And the presenter in almost every county in the room has the 1,000 lot requirement for the diagonal line. We adopted, and I know Commissioner Combs argues that it was a typo. It should have been 1,000 lots, but we changed it to 100 lots. And there's been a great debate going on since that happened, right? This 1,000 lot diagonal creates these third access points that are very obviously highly debatable from developers and engineers, and also internally. Like, are we over designing for? I don't know how many lots is this? 300 lot home.
Is that first phase?
It's the total build out. Yeah.
Well,
And so I'm not advocating for the subdivision manual. I'm just trying to express that based on, I talked to county commissioners, I talked to the presenter, and he said, you have 100 lots, man. And he was just amazed that we're that strict, right? Because that's going to cause a lot of issues, Commissioner. I said, well, it is, right? It's issues like this where we're having to design 3 entrances on a highway that, quite frankly, the emergency entrance, I don't know what the distance between is. That 450 feet? Is that make TxDOT requirement spacing as well? The 2 main ones do, I know.
They do have 400 and something because it's based
Oh, it's
on
532, yeah. It's 532 feet.
Those
But,
2 meet the TxDOT and the TIA. The TIA requires only 2.
no, so that's what I struggle with on these variance requests. Is I know we have extremely strict items, and they are going to put the third driveway in. That's not the issue. The issue is not we're going to do the third driveway.
I will say that the subdivision doesn't need to have 3 driveways. I mean, the middle driveway could be removed and you could still meet the remoteness behind the fire code by having those 2 edge driveways, but by having the edge driveway, you have to do the improvements on 61. I do want to address some of the points that you mentioned earlier. You know, I think part of the manual change that happened too was some of the things that we've seen in the existing subdivisions, and I'll give y'all Joseph's Cove for an example. I mean, we get hit on that one constantly. When that subdivision was originally, well, the last section was built, you know, the realtor unfortunately told everybody that the stub out that's there would be extended by the county all the way to 1409, and everybody went crazy, and they saw that to be a great opportunity because they had a second means of entrance and exit. And I mean, unfortunately, that's not the case. And I know we've all had a challenge with the outfall channel that TxDOT has out there on trying to keep that gated, try to keep that make it difficult for anybody to try to use that as another route. And I know Ryan wanted to touch a little bit on it because I know you worked on it closely whenever the change happened too.
Yeah, so one of the changes in the manual that that's in the works was recognizing what you said, Commissioner, that there seems to be some problematic in the way that we determine those two, the remoteness of those two exits. So I was recommending a language change on that just said subdivisions over a certain amount of homes, and of course that number is what the court, if the court's uncomfortable with 100 or whatever it be, but that there be two ingress egress placed as separated as practical. Recognizing that we're not in a city where there's city blocks where they can put these entrances and exits. There could be a bio and or something. There could be where they don't have the option. I felt that would give everyone more flexibility and saying, hey, for this piece of property, this is as far as they can get them, instead of making a specific measurement between 2 points and coming up with. I don't know if that helps with what you were saying.
No, Ryan, but this is a good question for you. I mean, and so I'm glad you're here because the state legislature thinks 1,000 lots is what they said. But they give us the ability to change that. We change it to 100. But being a fire marshal and this is really a fire issue. I mean, does and I don't expect you to answer today if you don't have an answer, but we need to think of fire safety. And is there a right number there? Is 100 too aggressive? Should it be 300? Should it be 500? Should it be 800? I'm not equipped to answer that, right? I'm going to defer to the firefighters that are going in there with the apparatuses to fight these fires. And we have 1,000 homes, or whether we have 500 homes or 200 homes. What is that number for fire safety? Right. That's what I really need to drill down because I think that's what we need to address in the manual.
Right. The standardized codes state 30, which is obviously very right, and so of course the county can't apply that unless it's in the subdivision. So that's understood. We obviously thought 30. Wow, that's the model language. It's defined by the remote, the diagonal and divide it in half. So that's where that concept came from. But we obviously thought that a lot of cities will adopt that, but the street layouts are different. They're able to more easily accomplish that. So we were trying to provide some means to have. I think 1,000 is too many. I think everybody would agree with that.
100%.
So, but what over the years, what we've got from citizens, from calls, is a lot of them they don't like the idea of not being able to have another way out in a lot of cases. So I'm obviously open to whatever the court feels that number is. I want to say years ago at a DRC we talked about it and we came up. We thought 1,000 was too much, and we talked about maybe 100 is more reasonable. But obviously that's up to the courts to make that decision, and so whatever we need to do. 30, I agree. 30 for a rural area, that's
extremely
that's extremely strict. So.
Well, listen, in areas like Anahuac and Mid County and East County, we have we're growing. Right. In West Chambers County, we all know is growing, but West Chambers County, the Mid County and East County are fixing to experience what West County's already experienced. Right. And so there's a lot of good dirt that subdivision developers are going to be targeting to develop these subdivisions. I think we really need to get a grasp on it because we do have to meet the need for growth. We do have to hopefully attract those communities, grow and do it in a very smart way. And some of these tracks are configured a certain way, and they
Right.
create tough items on the developers. And that's just, they need to be very knowledgeable when they purchase these tracks, right, to do these developments. But, I mean, this one's a tough one. I mean, I understand really both sides, and I'm just referring to my commissioner.
So one thing, there's 200 acres right across the street that's potential to be developed in a subdivision. So that could very well happen. So we either don't agree with the manual, or we can't make it a variance every time it's not convenient for the developer. So we either have to change the manual to what's feasible, or we have to stick to the manual as it is if we feel like that's the guidelines we want to follow. That is the guidelines we want to follow. It sounds like not everybody agrees with those guidelines, but we need to look at the guidelines and change it. But we can't make a variance every time somebody comes in here and it's not convenient for them. So that's what it comes down to. It's the money. So I understand that. So we have to figure out which direction we're going to go. We're going to stick to this because we put the gate in. There's no guarantee that the gate stays open or closed or operable or none of that. Just that's reality.
And I applaud that there's 3 entrances. I mean, we're meeting that need, right? I mean, that's I'm glad that that's happening, because most time we get the request and they're like, I want the variance just to put 2 access gates. And I mean, 2 roads in, not the 3rd. So at least we're getting the opportunity for the 3rd. The variance is really, do I 4 or 532 extra feet of turn lane? That's what it is, right? And that's what I'm struggling with, is the 532 feet of extra turn lane that, let's just say, even if it's 50% of the time the gate's open and not, how much does that move the needle on fire safety and traffic safety?
Yeah, I don't
know.
answer
And this
that.
is this is Commissioner Gore's precinct, I think,
I don't
right?
think it's just, I mean, it's opposite.
Yeah.
Just because we.
They may. Could TxDOT actually require the turn lane, Natalie?
Yes, they're the ones.
Let me ask Natalie.
Yeah.
So usually what we do is, even though they're off of the county to get permits, make sure that we agree with what's in the TIA and help enforce those improvements along the process. Whether it's a commercial development, we'll make sure those are in place before permanent power is issued. Whether it's a subdivision, we make sure those improvements are in place before the plat's recorded.
Have we got TxDOT's opinion on this matter at all?
I've been reaching out to TxDOT and I haven't.
I mean,
I'd like to see what TxDOT does.
I mean, look, I'm assuming if we adopted this variance, TxDOT's probably gonna say, okay, the county adopted it, so we're gonna adopt it. Or would they, maybe not? I would rather have TxDOT's opinion first.
I've been bugging Roberto. Alfonso has 2, and I haven't. Wanted to make sure, what their stance was, and we wouldn't be putting in the corner if they really wanted to see these facilities in place as well.
Can I make a quick comment from the developer side?
Yeah, if you'll come up. Announce yourself for the record.
Yeah, this is Alex Quadra on behalf of the developers. So this isn't our first subdivision in the county, and we've had quite a few over the years, from 230 acres in Winfrey to smaller ones out in Baytown. But just one comment I wanted to address was when this diagonal comes into place, it really depends on the geometry of the piece. Like here, it's a very long rectangular piece, and that makes it really hard when you only have, that shorter end of the rectangle butting up against a axis here, and you're like asking us to, do this long diagonal for the rectangular and then bisect it. It becomes very tough. So I just wanted to say that maybe the geometry should come into play when we're talking about variance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, Hammond. Well, just so the court knows, I did speak at the FIF public hearing to see if there was any feedback from the public. I know last time it was voiced that they wanted to have the opportunity to voice any suggestions on the manuals or things like that after work hours. and I didn't receive any feedback pushing against the requirement, and specifically that one and in general. I didn't receive any emails requesting specific changes either. I just thought that y'all should know that information. And the change that Ryan mentioned earlier that's being proposed isn't necessarily to remove the 100, but maybe adjust the wording where we can have feedback or a traffic impact analysis stating that, in the event of emergency, these two access are considered functional, even if they don't meet the direct diagonal requirement. Because it goes back to, what is a variance request? A variance request is, are you addressing the intention behind the requirement in a indirect manner or not?
I agree.
Yeah. If we agree with it and it's gated, I don't see a need for the turn lane. That's what the court decides to do.
Yeah.
But I'll entertain a motion.
I really hate to make it, I really want TxDOT's opinion.
I
just
do
do.
I know. And I'm telling you, I've been bugging.
I know y'all raise your hands. I'm not trying to dismiss what y'all's comments are. I would love our engineers to talk to TxDOT and have that side. I'm sure y'all already have. And I'm sure they're gonna tell us the same thing that they told you. I just want our
Clarity.
expert to test to the fact that that's fine. That's my point.
Come up, man.
Our concern is safety.
No, I get it.
And for us too. So we will have to provide her, before anything, a TxDOT approval. But for us to have TxDOT approval, we also have to prove drainage, which she has approved.
Sure.
So once that is approved, they have the opportunity to express any modifications. But driveway 1 and 2 need TxDOT. The third access has nothing to do with TxDOT. I can present an approval with TxDOT with 2 driveways only.
No, I understand. I want to get TxDOT's opinion on the variance design is all I'm asking.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No, I want to know how TxDOT feels about either with or without the turn lane. And once I know what their feelings are, if they tell me they're indifferent of it, that's going to make an impact on my decision. If they tell me they would really strongly advise the county to not allow the variance of the turn lane, that we need to put the turn lane in.
No,
that's gonna make my decision one way, right? I want to be in lock and sync with TxDOT in this case. This is the state highway. I think it's important for me to get their input, and we've reached out to them, and I wish we could have it today. I hate that. I mean, if we could kick the can to the end of the month, I want to know what Roberto and Martin's group says about it before we move. That's just how I feel.
We're not eliminating the turn lane. We are placing a turn lane. That's a must-have. That's required.
Not to the third driveway.
No, if the third driveway is exit only, we eliminate that extension.
But what our concern is, and what the commissioner stated is, we can't always guarantee that third driveway gate's operational. So if it stays open for 60 days and there's an event in that 60-day period, or people say, hey, the gate's open, we're going to start using it as an entrance, we can't control what they do. And the commissioner's concern, like my concern is how does that impact safety without that left turn lane? Because we didn't build it because we intended it to be an exit only. If there's ever a time when that gate's not operational, I can assure you residents are going to use it to come in and out of. And I don't want to create a safety issue. So if TxDOT says we're indifferent whether there's a turn lane at that location or not, then I want to know their input on it.
Okay. Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right, we on the table?
Yeah, we have that situation right now over there. We don't even have a road. Yeah.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
All right, let's table 4.3. 4.4, discuss and consider approving change order number 9. Textile materials Gulf Coast in the amount of $43,201.30. Gilmore Parkway additional signal arm.
So this is more of a formality. We've discussed this item before, and this was triggered due to a commercial development that was developing right across Kilgore Parkway. We've been working with the developer and had our analysis revised, and this is just the addition of that arm for our traffic signal that's currently on Kilgore Parkway. I'm not asking for any additional funding for this. The developer has already actually funded that aspect of it, but I do need to bring it to court. That way, when it goes to auditing, they're aware that it was approved as part of the project.
So moved, Judge. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ties, second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 4.5, discuss and consider using Teague, Knoll, and Perkins to provide right-of-way acquisition services of Chambers County to establish public parking for Yellow Villiers Sports Complex.
So Bobby and Commissioner Gore have been working on this project for some time now, and this is just to authorize TNP to go ahead and reach out to the property owners and begin the right-of-way acquisition process.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions?
Well, Jimmy, is this a volunteer acquisition?
It's a voluntary acquisition. We're not,
Claire, I'm just wondering.
we have a will and seller.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, man.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
I think we can do.
Thank you,
Natalie. Thank you, Natalie.
5.1, discuss and consider authorizing the closure of Frost Road, Canerum Road, Oak Road, and the portion of Oliver Road above the hill at Fort Anahuac Park, September 5 through 15, 2024 Texas Gator Fest.
This is just Texas Gator Fest annual request to close the roads within the park for Texas Gator Fest annual event.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 5.2, discuss and consider authorizing the closure of boat ramps, Fort Anahuac Park, September 12th through the 15th, 2024 for Gator Fest.
Again, just their annual request.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.3, discuss and consider authorizing Texas Gator Fest utilize Airport Road as overflow parking during their event in case of inclement weather.
And of course, we hope that there is no inclement weather, but they are requesting that they use Airport Road in case they are unable to use the parking lot across from Fort Anahuac.
Motion by Commissioner Tice.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hammond. Questions?
It'll be raining 110 degrees.
Let's hope it's not raining and it might be 110 degrees.
So they'll park along the road?
And in the parking lots.
Hopefully not,
That'd be
yeah.
great.
They won't block the road?
They will not block the road, no, sir.
Thank you.
And if any accidents or anything occurs to the land, then they will fill any kind of ruts or anything that's required that they repair.
All right, 5.4, discuss and consider request for Trinity Valley. Thank you, ma'am. Exposition for donation amount of $50,000 to support their mission. Sam?
Well, this is kind of me and you, Judge.
Yeah, I know.
The judge met with Judge Knight and Gina Worthy from TVE, and I believe, from my understanding, a couple other TV representatives possibly. And they requested that the county provide some financial support / a partnership in the amount of $50,000. You know, Judge, I mean, is there anything specific you want me to hit on?
No, and I know we give Gator Fest 25, right?
Right. So I'm actually glad you mentioned that. We did put a cap on our side of things for hot funds at 25,000. So I didn't list that in the memo. My recommendation would be, if we're going to use hot funds, that we limit at 25,000. Aaron and I did have a real quick conversation about getting them to fill out a hot fund application. In exchange for this support and partnership, they're proposing that they will, obviously list us as a partner and a sponsor, but also include marketing materials that we're working on developing for hotels, restaurants, recreation facilities in Chambers County that'll be provided to all rodeo contestants and on their website.
My only deal with this here, Judge, is we have this helping our kids out. if they're getting the funds, they're wanting us to partner to help Chambers County kids. These funds are not helping Chambers. How can we give hot funds that we collect in Chambers County that is designated for bringing tourism to Chambers, to Liberty County, to promote Liberty County show? I understand. I went last year and I donated Mr. Hammond, the whole court up there and donated money. I just want to be careful that we're giving these funds and they're not going to Chambers County kids add-ons and purchases of.
It'd be going to help put on the show, which benefits the kids.
But they're not, it's not helping our kids out.
So just to clarify, because I did talk to Chris Stevenson, who is our livestock chairman. He is also the livestock director. Their structure works a little bit differently, so he's not top of the ladder there. He's kind of mid-level, but just kind of asking some questions, because I participated at TVE. I think I was like 12 years old, so it's been many moons. And my brother showed there, my dad showed there, but just kind of investigating what, the partnership is there. And so evidently they consider our kids to be in county, even though they're Liberty County and we're Chambers County. TVE is a 501c3 organization. They're not affiliated with Liberty County government other than support that Liberty County provides, but they own their own property. They own their own facilities. The 501c3 pays Miss Gina's salary. She's their secretary admin. She kind of rules the roost. She's very knowledgeable, but and then everything else is volunteer based there. So just kind of some history on that. Chris did tell me, just kind of a fun factoid. Evidently that used to be a POW camp, and the reason that Chambers County and Liberty County partner is because during rice season they would help the POWs to help assist in rice harvesting during World War I.
Didn't know that.
I didn't either until Chris told me that. But because of that long-term partnership, that's why our kids are considered to be in county. He did mention that there was there has been conversation in the past because of the fact that our kids do very well there. They often win grand and reserve champion or place towards the top. There's not a lot of Chambers County businesses that go support their organization, that they had considered in the past actually increasing the commission that they take from Chambers County kids. Because Chambers County is considered in county, Chambers and Liberty County kids have a different commission rate than outside of those two counties. So they have considered changing our kids to the higher commission rate. And just so you know, and this is a humble brag on Chambers County and Chambers County Youth Project Show, we take nothing. In the past, we've taken 3%, but they take 7%. And I'm not sure what that increased rate would be. I didn't have. Just kind of some history there so that you guys are all able to make an informed decision.
Show.
Right.
I know.
The county used to do it. We took 3% to run the show, but then we
We stopped
decided
doing
we'd eat that and let it all go to the kids.
So what is the donation for?
That's right. I think.
Is it for the show itself, putting on the show? Is it overhead?
That's my understanding, and they're asking Liberty County for the same 25,000
They're asking us
or 50,000. I'm sorry.
No.
Yep. That 25,000 generally is for promoting the event. So if we're paying salaries, and I don't know if we.
Would that go in a whole different checking account?
It would be that. So that would be, if that's the route we want to go, we can certainly do that, and we can work with Miss Gina to get that set up. It would still be meeting the purposes of hot funds if they're using it to promote the event and then promote hotels, overnight stays in Chambers County. That's the ultimate purpose.
And they said they did have folks staying over here.
It doesn't matter. There's, to my knowledge, the money, as long as it's being used to promote Chambers County, not saying it doesn't matter, saying that it doesn't violate the stipulations of hot funds. As long as it's being used to promote Chambers County hotels, there's no stipulation.
And restaurants and
generating overnight stays, yeah. Just so that just want to clarify that.
we did partner with them, the rodeo, all the rodeo participants stayed at White's Park, which they said was very nice, and all the cowboys enjoyed staying there and horses. And
let them stay at the RV hookups, and everything is very, very, very good. I'm just struggling to watch this money.
And that's a valid question.
We've also capped in-county funds at 25,000.
Correct.
If we're not gonna give more to our own. why-
No, we don't. I told them that's what they wanted,
I
but
see.
they probably wasn't gonna get, but
Okay.
what we give the others.
Yeah, and I just put what they asked for.
Thank you
Yeah.
for clarifying that.
Yeah, no, I just put what they asked for, and I figured you guys would have a healthy discussion like you're having now and kind of debate the merits of it or not. I just wanted to provide the background and the history there. Our kids do go and benefit from the show. I mean, you know, it's my job to talk about how wonderful livestock showing is for everybody, and so they do benefit from that. A lot of our kids get scholarships there, but again, you know.
Do they know how many people come to the show? Do they have any statistics on?
So in the packet was the email, but I'll pull it up from Ms. Gina as well, just to kind of go through it with you guys.
And I'll be honest, I mean, if we make this donation, I think that it's absolutely imperative that our kids are treated no different than any other kids.
I don't think the percentage needs to go up or not.
Well, I'm just saying.
Well, it's not. Well,
No.
yeah, if they ever did, we pull it back.
Right.
But
So
it is nice that they are treated the same as
I think
in county.
So
the same commission split of what, which is.
So my understanding is that was just a conversation that was had in the past because they felt like our kids were considered in county but weren't generating the revenue in the auction from Chambers County businesses.
Well, it shows that in here.
Right. So I will say that I just did some quick math. I mean, our show is bigger, maybe not participant wise, and we certainly don't have all of the amenities. We don't have the big rodeo and all of that, but our auction is larger. You guys know we ended up right at 1.07 million. Their total auction was $940,000. So our show is bigger. Not that matters a whole lot, but it's just Chambers County kids. It's solely Chambers County kids. Total buyer amounts by county, Liberty County buyers paid $688,000 and some change. The exact numbers in the packet. Chambers County buyers were at $107,000, and then they had 144 of not Liberty or Chambers County buyers come into their auction. Sponsorship is primarily Liberty County, 240 in Liberty, $41,000 from not Liberty or Chambers. And then as far as exhibitors go, financial benefits, their Liberty County exhibitors benefited or received $750,000. Again, I'm not going to the decimal point there, it's in the packet. And our Chambers County kids brought home $190,000. Those are the numbers that they have, and I know they came to the judge and asked, and he's doing his due diligence by passing it to you guys, just like we're doing here. So.
And they did say their rodeo's now on the college rodeo circuit.
Yes,
which
it is
a big deal.
And they're wanting to do more events here. Miss Gina did say that if you guys agree to partner with them and continue to allow them to use White's Park, she wants to do some other like maybe daytime roping events and get more people coming in that way. She said the kids basically sit there all day and wait to go rope. So that they may, do some different.
What's our deadline?
I don't know that there is one.
I don't think there is. I mean, it's October.
Oh, we have.
Or a hot fun deadline. I'm sorry. I thought you meant to make a decision. June 1. June 1.
So I think as a whole, Chambers County is not very well represented over there when it comes to the auction deal.
I agree.
There's not a lot of people go over and support that show, and we should be doing that because it's a ton of our kids over there. Like you said, they place pretty high in those auctions. So, and I think the reason that number's so low is that Liberty County people are going to spend money on their kids.
Sure.
So they have to. It's the way it works. So we're not well represented over there at all.
Yeah, that's why we attended this year. Well, you attended for me.
Yeah, and I know that you worked, Commissioner Hammond, not to brag on you, but I know you worked really hard on hours over there. I will say that some of that's on the kiddos in a way. I always recommend that you bring your own buyer to our show. And I give the example of my kiddo who was probably the absolute last place in the commercial heifer show with her little $500 animal. And my daddy hit the ground running and
a lot of people to come, and we sold that little scraggly heifer for way more than she was worth, and my daughter's reinvesting that money in a new animal, better animal this year in a barn. But so definitely encourage participants to always bring their own buyer when they can. Not everybody's able to do that, and that's why we, on our side of things, work really hard to work. But we have a lot more resources than they do because you guys support our show so much, and it's just Miss Gina up there, so in the committee, but.
So two things. One, just come in after the deadline. We're gonna set a deadline, we're gonna stick to a deadline. Two, these funds is, I don't see how.
If they increase the commission, because we don't donate, then yes, it's gonna help our kids. Apparently it's been talked about. They didn't mention that to me.
Well, I see this whole deal as more of a partnership.
I do too.
I really do, because we have a lot of kids that go over and shop. So, and a lot of our kids benefit greatly from this. So,
Absolutely.
I don't know what the solution is, but,
I don't know how they're spending the money. That's what I need to know.
I can ask that. I'm happy to ask whatever question.
Yeah. And they told us they are going to promote the county.
And I completely agree, Commissioner, but I don't know if it's government's job to step in and supplement a 501c3 and really go in with really no clarity on what this money is being used for. I mean, I get the promotion. I absolutely support this organization. I'm willing to go write my own check. I mean, I really am. And I think it's on this 501c3 to advertise in Chambers County and get those buyers. It's on these kids to advertise the buyers. But I want to spend our tax money on Chambers County and in Chambers County. And so this is a real tough pill. And I support this group wholeheartedly. And Judge Knight.
Totally support every kid up there. I go and I spend my money on every show liquor. Like Ryan, the heartburn, how this year, what the money's being used for. Go back to it. We're past the deadline. If we approve this, we're opening it up for anybody else coming in and getting.
That's true.
So I think if they want to apply, I think they do it in the timeline, send them a packet. But I mean, I just.
Gotta see where the money goes.
I gotta see where the money's going, and I think I would not feel that organization, just because the county would not give funds to advertise, that it's not gonna get any more people there. A show is going to be the kids and their families. I showed for years. The buyers are gonna be just like whatever here. I mean, there's gonna be the same buyers that come over here. You're not promoting like a Gator Fest, like a Rice Festival that's bringing a concert that's bringing tons of people in. It's just a whole different animal. I agree with Commissioner Hammond. We could work harder as a court to get buyers up there. I believe that's what we just out of the time frame and the money it has been spent. I can't do anything right now.
That's fine. I mean, like I said, the judge and I just brought this to you because it was requested of us. So we will proceed. What direction would you, let me clarify for my own knowledge. What direction would you like me to move forward in?
You want to get something showing, you want to table it and get something showing where the money's going to be spent? Or do you want to just turn it down right now and say it's out of the?
Yeah, I think we still don't really consider it this year.
I think they're looking.
No action.
I mean, you could vote no.
No, I mean, no. There's no action.
All right, no action on 5.4. I think we tell them this is our deadline.
Yep.
Apply for it next year by June the 1st.
Yep. And we'll work with them closely on that and make sure that they are knowledgeable about how to fill out an application, and then our committee will review it. We'll follow the same process that we follow for everybody.
I'm going to have to eat crow if Judge Knight gets him 25,000.
You'll just have to buy him lunch instead of you buying lunch. It'll be okay.
All right, no action on 5.4. 5.5. Discuss and consider using American Rescue Plan Act funds purchase body armor for district attorney investigators, amount of $5,122.84.
So moved.
Well, that was clear.
Motion by Commissioner Gores, second by Commissioner Tice.
We got, I'll tell you what, where we're living
Questions?
in, every one of them do be wearing body armor.
Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 7.1, discuss, consider approving sheriff's office storage building project contingency request in the amount of $8,070 to have protective galvanized pipe bollards at all drive-through overhead door openings. Mike?
Mike, I just want to
No, you
clarify,
got it.
we're not increasing the contract, right? We're just make sure people.
That is correct.
The original concept for the additional paving did not include these bollards, and they are much needed. Actually, the only expense of the $8,070 was the retrofit. It's about $1,500. Go back and drill the holes.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond. Second by Commissioner Gore. I'll say we wrote it down. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Ryan, you out there? 10.3, discuss and consider safety incentive program.
Okay, so earlier in the year, we had briefly mentioned to the court that the safety committee had talked about changing their idea for an incentive program. The current program, Safety Jackpot, most of the committee members felt like we needed to try something else. So we did borrow this concept from another jurisdiction, and essentially the concept is that you accrue time off as the incentive. So we have time. The goal was to have a new incentive program in place and ready to go for January 1. So if there's more detail needed or any revisions the court would like to see or something added, changed, or not at all, that's not a problem. We wanted to get this on an agenda item early so that we would have time to nail it down before the end of the year.
Questions?
I did run it through Aaron and purchasing through George.
You're saying time off for safety stuff?
Correct. So no injuries.
Or are we going to have to, whoever's this time, over that with overtime?
It would depend on the department, but yes.
So it could.
That's where that money would be used instead of using it for jackpot cards.
You take the money from the jackpot and use it for paid time off.
Paid time off, but we're still, if that's a viable, that's a position. I'm gonna go back, I'm gonna say it like this here. We're so far behind right now on the road and bridge stuff that someone, if we have a great old operator take off, if we have a maintainer off, it shuts down the whole crew.
So this falls all the way into the monetary incentive not to report accidents. Is where this falls into.
Okay.
So, and I've experienced that before, so.
Okay.
I kind of know how it works, and OSHA stepped in and goes, "Oh, you can't do that." Wrong way to promote a safety program.
Understood.
So,
and we're obviously open to ideas. We just we came up with something else. What would be an incentive? We kind of felt like the current incentive program is half and half on participation. So we were trying to think of some other idea. We're completely open to whatever direction.
I think Commissioner Hammond wants to be on your committee.
That's fine. We'll send him an invite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sound like voluntold.
I heard him talk about it at the break.
Because I could certainly see, I mean, I certainly understand the concerns.
Yeah.
The Commissioner
We had to change our.
It's a good idea, but it opens up a box.
It is. I appreciate us trying to find a better,
me too.
better program for sure.
So no action on 10.3 and y'all keep working on it? Right.
Certainly, no problem.
All right, 10.4, discuss, consider revision to court order regulating commercial and residential permitting.
Okay, so this order was previously approved a while back. And all I added was there's a part in red down at the very end. And what I was trying to do with this statement is tie together the different regulatory departments in the county, engineers, permitting office, fire marshal's office, basically stating that none of us would approve, make approvals on a project if it was in conflict with any other rule or order adopted by Commissioners Court. When you read the laws, each of there's different regulatory authorities coming from different laws between. So we're like, we felt like we were sending a message to people. Well, I can keep the fire marshal happy, but I don't have to keep food service happy. And so we were trying to tie that together. If the court agrees and say if Commissioners Court has a regulation and that no one will approve something if it's in violation of that regulation. Basically, what that statement.
Makes sense. Entertain motion.
So moved, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Taz, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 10.5, discuss and consider acceptance of proposals and approval of contracts for certain disaster-related services.
Okay, so this was only for 3 different services that we were looking at. We got good bids. We got good proposals come back. So I feel comfortable with the proposals we got back. Obviously, I wish there was more proposals. We probably sent out.
We solicited 50.
50. Oh, I was going to say 30. So So the amount of notices, the correspondence we sent out, we didn't get a big response. But regardless, I gave you the breakdown, and I do recommend that we accept those. I've also got the agreements in the agenda packet signed by the other parties, reviewed by purchasing and legal that are ready to sign. I ranked them in order of what our scoring committee thought that they should be in, but that doesn't mean you can't use someone. It just means that you're supposed to try the higher ranking one first, and if they can't deliver, you move down the list. So, other than that, the services was equipment rental, food services, and then hazmat remediation. Hazmat remediation is something that's used a lot, rather than disasters aside or emergencies aside. That's utilized.
So you asking the court to approve all?
Yes, all. There's only one that didn't submit a pricing, and so obviously, I'm recommending the court doesn't accept that one because no pricing was.
Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ryan. Is that all yours?
Yes, sir. The other was a consent, and if there's no questions, the other 2 items were on consent.
All right, we'll stay there in case there is.
Okay.
All right, 2.2, discuss consider 2024 Chambers County Youth Project Show Ranch Rodeo and Scholarship Fund Audit Report. Aaron.
Yes, good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Morning.
Again, Came over here, worked really hard to go through YPS, Ranch Rodeo, and working with economic development and their staff. I won't go through everything, but I just want to highlight just a few things that were, I think, important. And so there were a few improvements for YPS. I think there was the vendors at the event. We saw complete applications, fees were corrected, so plus for sure. And then probably another good improvement is that they're being a lot more active in trying to collect the outstanding balances. I think there's about 109,000.
193.
So
Down to about 80.
82,000. So they've been really active in getting that money back to us. So that's probably the thing that we've noticed before, the improvements that we can definitely see and definitely do for next year. Small stuff, completed forms. We see things that are not signed up correctly, so there could be some liability on if for a guy doing rodeo gets hurt, you know, there's no signature, no sign thing. So I think there's small things we can improve on that to get better. Probably the biggest thing for us is for YPS was generally pretty good, no issues there. Big thing we can work on is the ranch rodeo. And we had some issues last year, some issues kind of popped up this year. And it's really when teams are paying to do the event. And so
The day of the event?
I don't think the day of the event, but during the lead up to the event. So yeah, and so if we're on a team, I can pay, the other person can pay, and so it's all a mismatch. So it's not one team paying up front. I think
Each team member pays their part.
So it's all over the place.
it is, and I think maybe if we make a new rule to that, when a team decides to pay their entry fee, it's all paid all at once versus scattered everywhere. We did find a discrepancy in that. Yeah, I think we could do that. That eliminates maybe that problem. Maybe before we have the event, we try to see how much is outstanding before we do the event, so we know if there's anything that we need to make sure we need to catch and to pay up. Probably the biggest thing is just trying to eliminate cash. That's always a thing that we mention every year. I know it's struggle between that, but I think if we eliminate that, that resolves a lot of our issues. The show and maybe even issues that are annual issues that we have. So those are probably the big highlights. If you have any questions, feel free.
Cash is king, I get it, but there's a reason why NRG and all these different large groups went to credit card only. Because unfortunately, humans are. I'm just gonna leave it at that, right? It not even negative. It's not even theft. It's more so accidents. I mean, it just and I completely agree with the fact that I know the committee's gonna work on it. But the fact that when these ranch rodeo teams sign up, I agree with everybody here saying that we will not accept a partial payment. I think that having a no partial payment policy would be an absolute wonderful policy because of the issues we've had. So it's either you pay your whole team fee or you don't pay. And then you can join as soon as you get all your team money together.
Yeah.
And put the earnest on them to
Put it
gather
on
their
them.
team together and get it. I think that would be no partial payment policy is what we have to go to next.
We actually helped, again, I can't say enough for how much help Aaron and Kaylin and office. You'll hear me say that forever, probably. We learned a lot of this year, and as we went, we kept a notebook full of ways that we can improve and errors that we found, and maybe not even an auditable error, but things that we think could make things better. And we helped actually add a roping just to kind of understand the lingo and the processes. And at that roping, they did that. Your team had to be paid in full before they accepted you. That was after our event anyway. So that's already something that we've identified internally that we're going to make a change on. The forms were a little bit complicated, and honestly, that's on me because I thought, oh, I'm doing great. I'm going to make everybody going to be a single form. Well, then if I participate, I'm on 4 teams, and that's not abnormal, and I'm not, it's not hyperbole. Some of these cowboys and cowgirls are on 4 teams. I have to sign 4 different copies of what is exactly the same waiver. And so what we're going to do is a 1 waiver per participant. So if I've got your waiver, I've got your waiver. You don't have to sign on each anymore. So that'll simplify. I think that was one of the issues that we had is some of them missed a couple waivers. Definitely simplifying the forms. I think we had some information on there that we don't necessarily need the address. We had it on there. It's not. So definitely learn things along the way. I know I sent you a dossier of information as I always do with some of the changes that we've already identified. We're certainly working to incorporate all of these. Every year we're going to work to get better, and every year hopefully we can get better. And we're always open to feedback and suggestions on how we can reduce risk.
So Well, what's the step we take to go to no cash in the county?
I think, we can put something on the agenda, or something saying, hey, we're not taking cash. I guess you need to decide if we want countywide, is that everything? Is that solid waste stickers, is that, or the, I think, whatever that is, I think that's best on. Just takes that human error out of the
Well, so I agree completely, but I will say that there's still a little bit of error, because one of the things Nikki worked really hard on this year was simplifying the online payment system, because people would go in and pay at the wrong. For us, where things go in at a different account, I just want to clarify that it's not going to be a fix-all.
Won't be a county human error, but it may be a
Correct.
participant human error.
Yeah, and what we found, the challenge that we had was, and just so everybody knows, if I'm paying for a t-shirt, but also my award sponsorship, and I'm going to go ahead and pay for my small animal scramble, people a lot of the time, they just want to make one transaction. They are very resistant to paying 3 times in 3 accounts. And so, well, it's the same no matter if you pay $100, you divide it 4 times, it's the same percent. We did get comments on that. People did not want, they were very, very upset about it's a percentage of their fee. And especially those large scale buyers, I'll tell you, I don't have a checkbook. So, I'm not saying that, but some of the large scale buyers were like, $75? I'm not going to pay with a credit card because it's charging me $75. I don't think the county should eat that. If it was that much, I would go with a check. That's an easy, just that is a, but I did just want to mention that, like, yes, we're not going to have the human error on the cash. We may still have some errors because people just don't understand the way our process works and the fact that it's 3 separate accounts. And again, I cannot thank Nikki and her team for being so patient, because I even made mistakes when I was helping stuff, because it does get a little confusing. Like, well, what goes to scholarship versus that? So just a heads up, just kind of caveat there.
Tracking a digital issue versus a cash issue may be easier, right? There's a trace, there's a trail.
Yeah, that's
cash sometimes is a lot of subjectivity in what
Yeah.
really happened, whereas the digital trail is it was just an accident, somebody made a long thing.
All line item.
It's easier for the auditor, I'm assuming, and maybe for Nikki, but it's always going to be an issue, but tracking the issue may be a little more clear of why it happened.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and we're all for whatever you guys want us to do. You know us, we will do anything you ask us to do very happily.
So somebody mentioned Civic Rec has
You're quiet over there. Definitely want to.
Yeah, so Samantha's right. And so the issue becomes when someone's paying something online and they don't understand what happens in the background. So yes, we have description. We're telling them, we're trying to spell it out what they're paying for. So like YPS, for example, and we're spelling out what they're paying for. It goes into either the YPS General bank account, scholarship bank account, ranch rodeo bank account. So we have all of the different products that they're paying for, and we have it separated for a reason. But yet they will get on there and they will just click whatever pleases them at the moment. And so therefore it goes into the wrong bank account. So we spend all this time having to process journal entries to move it from the correct bank account back and forth. So I've gone on there, worked with IT several times to try to clean up the language, make it pop, say, hey, this is what you're paying for. Because we realize they don't understand what's happening behind the scene, but we do try to list, okay, you're paying for hats, souvenirs, you're paying for vendors. So yes, it is a process. So it sounds great. You hope it works perfect. But it doesn't always.
We're still going to have issues.
Yes, we still have issues.
And I'd rather correct those issues. Cash, not,
I agree.
to be honest.
No, and we're on board. I want y'all to understand that may continue to show up.
Sure.
And that it's not us not trying, or that it's not us not implementing. So next year, if you have another finding that says not in the right account, I can only control.
And that's
I just wanna make sure.
Eliminating the cash part of it
We're on board.
eliminates any subjectivity
Yep.
of what happened.
Yeah, we're 100% on board with whatever guidance you.
So was it you, Sam, telling me about Silver Creek has a
I
payment?
got an email, Nikki mentioned that she was meeting with the Parks Department and I remember who else, Nikki. That y'all were looking at possibly working through, or maybe I missed. Yes.
No, we are, we're still working on it.
Yeah.
So that's a possibility.
I haven't got the update from Nathan
Okay.
and Nikki yet, but there's some issues and we're working through them, so how to work that. Civic Rec's really specific about wanting certain information from the county. There's some reservations from Nikki's office, Nathan's involved. We're trying to work through and navigate that right now. So we'll just.
So we talk about this every year. I think we do put something on the agenda and we'll figure out how we're gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's eliminates so many issues.
Mm.
You know, it just really does.
There's just so many point of purchase places that you go to now have so many different options to pay, whether it's PayPal, Venmo, all the different services with QR code, just scan and pay, credit cards. I mean, to link all that into an account, I don't know how complicated that would be for the auditor, but going cash free, you know, I know sometimes when I go places of business that are cash free, it gets like, I gotta use a credit card, right? But you can all, you know, it's just for the vendor or for us, it just makes things
So much better.
I mean,
Yeah, we're happy to do whatever. We'll start, if that's the route you wanna go, I'll start educating our, at least, hey, guess what, we're going cash free. Start putting that out in our buyer recruit. Bring your checkbook or a check or your credit card, we will not accept. The one caveat to that, again, and I'm sorry, I promise I'm not trying to be like a negative Nancy. We certainly want to do that, is the gate for the, you know, how do we handle, we need, and that's something, this is not a conversation. But now Aaron will have to work with online because.
you mean visitors coming? Same way as, I mean, I'm sure Anawak's same as Barbara Hill and all these school districts, right? When you go to a sporting event now, you pre-pay your ticket online. Well, at least throughout UIL, a lot of UIL events, there's a lot of that going on now. Everybody's going cash free, where you have a QR code, you scan it as you go in, you pay, and then you just scan the little barcode that, hey, I just paid. You know, maybe we go to something like that. I mean, I'm just.
That's fine. We're cool with that. I just, you know, something that we'll have to work through a lot. You know, go ahead.
Yeah, something we can definitely me and Nikki and Sam and that on the.
And it may make it a lot more fluid entry. I mean, right? I mean, because you can either get online, or you can just we advertise a QR code. If you're coming to the event, go ahead and prepay. Then you just walk up, and we're just checking to make sure you have 2 tickets.
Like you walk in there, man.
We'll make it work.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was just something while we're talking that popped in my head. Yeah, so we can figure all this out behind the scenes. We are 100% on board with going cash free. We will start advertising to our people once you guys officially make the decision, and we'll make sure that we accommodate.
All right, Aaron, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, motion to accept the report. Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore. Other questions, comments, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. I think we're finally down to consent. Who's that told me it's gonna be easy court this morning?
Not me.
Yeah, we did 17 too.
3 hours.
We did it a long time ago. All right, consent, precinct 1, 2, 3.
3, hold on. Hold your water over. Oh, I just wanted to make note of 1930 that, Aaron made a, drainage project account, and we took some of the money out of the current CO and moved over there. Amount of 500,000. Knock out some of these little quick drainage projects we need to get done. So. To help Commissioner Dagley out.
Yeah. Or.
That was No, he likes to steal my thunder. But I was wanting to make sure that's what that was for. It's just, it's for those emergency funds that we're looking at. Right. But I appreciate that, Aaron. Thank you for putting that out.
Certainly.
Motion to approve, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Gore. Second by Commissioner Dagley. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 12:31 PM. We are. Oh, wait, well, we are going to executive session. I'm sorry. We're going to recess to executive session. Got ahead of myself. Discuss set of personnel, sell purchase of real property, FMLA extension.
You already rambled on enough all day.
Oh my gosh.
Gee.
We get awards at the end of the year for rambling, and I'm gonna win.
Well, just 30 minutes ago.
All right, court come to order, 2:30 to 9 p.m. No action out of executive session.
Got some discussion out. God, I'm sorry.
With that, none further come before the court. We adjourn.